Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting. On today's date is Wednesday, the 26th of June. So thank you, everyone, for attending today. So to get started with our agenda items, we are recording who's present. Everyone's here. Thank you very much. Do we have any apologies, Mr. CEO? Any leaves of absence? Thank you. So there's nil leaves of absence. Now we have our acknowledgement of country. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I pay my respect to the elders past and present. Thank you. And moving on to item number 5, which is our opening prayer. And I would like to welcome Steve Gallatley from the Baptist Church to lead us in our opening prayer this morning. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. It's always humbling to come and share with you guys just a few minutes. A lot of new faces for me since I've been here, coming here for the last 10 years. But today, seeing a few extra faces, different ones. Hopefully we'll get to meet you as we go along. I just wanted to reflect on a verse out of the Bible, because that's what I do as a pastor of a church. But I guess for us to recognise, you guys, whether you're a person of faith or not, I guess it's worth just mentioning that the Bible, God's word, does still have much to offer, because they are words of life. Especially this passage I'm drawing out of talks about marriage, talks about children, talks about how to manage material wealth, and then it comes to this issue of greatness and the human desire for greatness, or to get on and to do well. And that's what I wanted to look at today. It's actually from Mark's Gospel, chapter 10. I'll just read a few verses to you if I can. Verse 43 to 45 of Mark 10. He said, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. And whoever wants to be first must be slave of all. For even the Son of Man, he's referring to himself in that, did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. We all are here for whatever reason. Only you can know the true motivation of your heart in pursuing a life of public service, whether you're an elected official or a council officer. In your roles, some of us are here to pay bills, some of us are here because we have a deep heart to serve. I just want to have a little bit of a look at that this morning, because Jesus' wisdom is actually contrary to a lot of what is wisdom today. I guess no matter what our motivation is, though, I really do believe that each of us would desire to have a positive impact. Maybe to leave a legacy, at least to leave the community, my sphere of influence, better off for me being part of maybe a group or a council, a regional area. But how do we go about that? Because we all know that ego and selfish ambition, who wants to work with someone who's all about themselves, right? We all know that it's difficult to work with someone who just dominates and domineers and it's just all about them. But the reality is that Jesus offers some wisdom here, and that leadership and lasting greatness is found in service. The word there to serve, it's diakonos, or diakonia is the Greek word, but it's where we get the word deacon from, if you've ever had anything to do with churches. It's actually a servant, but it's actually about looking to the needs of others. Now, we all know that in management, we can't just go around making coffee for the workers, right? So that's not exactly what it's looking at here. But what it is saying is my heart to see those around me, those under me, those beside me, to see them lifted up, to want them to do well. Like for you guys, it's your constituents, it's your ratepayers, it's the people around you, but also your fellow councillors, your fellow workers. That not me doing better than them by them failing, but that in seeing each other be increased and to do well, we all do well. It's the essence of teamwork in a way, isn't it? But it is looking to the needs of others, looking out for others, wanting those around us to succeed. Now, this is what Jesus is saying in the scripture. This is what I feel God put on my heart to share with you today, because at the end of the day, I guess sometimes we learn a little too late, or hopefully somewhere along the way we learn it before it is too late, that this kind of attitude to all that we do is actually the most satisfying. It brings us the most life, and that's why God's word is life to us, because it brings a wisdom that we won't find apart from him. I want to pray for you, and I pray that whatever lies before you today, and I hear that you've got a lot going on, that you might be guided by this reality that actually God wants you to do well. God wants this council to do well. He wants this community to do well. May we, in a way, trust him, wherever your faith's at, but come to a place of saying, well, you know what? I do want my fellows to do well. I want us all to do well. And let's work towards that. How can I be a part of a team that makes that happen? Can I pray a blessing over you and let you get to work? Loving Father, I want to thank you for this council. Lord, for the new members who've come in. Lord God, for the existing ones, the officers that are changing over as well. I pray a rich blessing over the meetings today, and Lord, over the affairs and the governance of this council in the weeks, months and the year ahead. I pray, Lord God, that you would bless the works of their hands. Lord, help them, Lord, to see things with a perspective that allows, God, a heart to serve selflessly, but Lord, ultimately in a way that brings fulfillment. Lord, that they would do well, that they would find a measure of greatness that is not found in egotism, but is found in selfless service, and that they would be blessed in it. We would be blessed in it as ratepayers, and this wider community and society would get a measure of something that comes through the wisdom of God imparted to your people here today. God, I ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you. Thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much for your pearls of wisdom around leadership, and thank you for your blessing today. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to item number 6, which is a confirmation of minutes of the previous meetings. Actually, there's 2 meetings, so I need to move and second both meetings. So we'll do those one at a time, and then we'll move to item 7, which is business arising. So confirmation of the previous minutes for the General Council meeting, the 29th of May, 2024. Can I have a mover, please? Moved Councillor Cypher. Seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Next, minutes for the special general meeting, council meeting on the 7th of June 2024. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Hindmarsh, seconder. Councillor Newman, and all in favour? And motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, if there's any business arising from either set of minutes, I think we might just address the General Council meeting on the 29th of May, if anybody has any business arising. Okay. And any business arising from our special general meeting on the 7th of June. Thank you very much. And item number 8 is a review of our outstanding meeting actions. If anybody's got, if you've been through just taking it as read, if there's any items there that anybody needed to raise at all. Okay, very good. Nothing from the councillors there. And moving on to item number 9, upcoming agenda items. The list there, again, taking that as read. If there's anything specific that any of the councillors or staff wanted to raise. Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 10, conflicts of interest. So I know I have a couple to declare. If anybody else has any conflicts of interest. Councillor Donaldson, would you like me to go first, or would you like to go first?
No, first.
Thank you. Okay, I have a prescribed conflict of interest for item 13.1 in the decision action reports in the closed session. That item is non-for-profit rate concession application, and the reason why I have a conflict is because I am a board director on the Central Highlands Community Services. And when we get to that closed session, I will be vacating the seat or the chair's seat, and I'll be handing over to our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rachel Cruz, to chair that session. And also, I have declarable conflict of interest for items 12.2.3, which is the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. I do know one of the people on the group, have worked with them briefly through the Bluff CRG, and also in item number 13.2, the Community Grants panel. I've also worked with two people there through the Emerald Community Reference Group and through the grants panel. However, I would like to say that I don't think that those relationships would impact my ability to make impartial decisions, but I hand it over to my fellow councillors to decide whether it would be something that you would agree would be a declarable conflict of interest, and whether I can stay in the room or leave the room. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I was just going to say I appreciate you bringing that to council's attention, and I'm more than comfortable with you staying in the room with those two items that you suggested, and the fact that you could be impartial when making a decision and deliberation.
We'll need a resolution for that.
Okay. And I just need a resolution for that. All of the, to stay in the room, sorry, for items 12.2.3 and item 13.2, which is, so can I have a mover? Councillor Cruz, seconder, Councillor Whiteman, all in favour? Thank you, motion carried, thank you. Councillor Donaldson?
I've got to declare conflict of interest on sections 13.1 and 13.2. But me staying in the meeting will have no bearing on the decision.
Okay. So,
The non-for-profit concession, my wife actually works for Oscare part-time. And on 13.2, I'm actually personal friends with a couple of the applicants.
okay, thank you. So,
Through the chair, we did some review of the one in relation to Councillor Donaldson's wife being a part-time worker at Oscare. She's not a board member. She has no direct impact in relation to to this decision, and he will gain no benefit. So that's why we've advised him to be a declarable conflict.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to move that Councillor Donaldson stay in the room for those discussions? Councillor Seifer moved, seconded Councillor Wilkins. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 11, petitions. Mr. CEO, are there any petitions for us to table today?
Madam Mayor, no petitions at this time.
Thank you very much. Moving on to decision action reports, which is item 12. We'll hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz, for item 12.1, which is our monthly finance report, May 2024.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Through you, Madam Mayor. In accordance with Section 204 of the Local Government Act, my apologies, Local Government Regulations, a local government must prepare and present a financial report at a meeting of a local government once a month. The report must state the progress that has been made in relation to the budget for the relevant period for the financial year. In complying with this legislative requirement, this report presents the financial performance of the Central Highlands Regional Council for the period ending 31st of May 2024, measured against Budget Review 1. I'll now hand over to our Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to present the report in detail. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, CFO. Through the Chair, and good morning, councillors. I will briefly outline some of the key components of the report before taking questions. So the total expenditure budget adopted at Budget Review 1 was $295.4 million, which comprised capital expenditure of $97.2 million, operating expenses of $191 million, and principal repayments on Queensland Treasury Corporation loans of $6 million. Based on the budget review, it was forecast that Council would achieve an operating surplus of $2.9 million for the 23-24 financial year. The operating result at the end of May indicates that Council is likely to exceed the current budget forecast at the end of the financial year. This is due to underspends in materials and services expenses and savings in employee costs as a result of unfilled positions or positions only filled partway through the financial year. Since the adoption of Budget Review 1, Council is also expecting to exceed revenue forecast for interest, fees and charges and airport activities. The current operating revenue budget also assumes that the prepayment of next year's financial assistance grant of approximately $9 million will be received on or before the 30th of June this year, and it will be treated as operating revenue this financial year in accordance with the Australian accounting standards. If this grant is not received by the end of the financial year, the savings in operating expenses and additional revenue earned will be partially offset as part of the final result. As of today, the 26th of June, Council has not received notification of the payment date of the grant or the amount of the grant. As mentioned earlier, a capital expenditure program valued at $97.2 million was forecast to be completed by the 30th of June. The actual expenditure recorded at the end of May is $49 million, indicating that the full value of the capital program will not be achieved. and the capital program expected to complete it will now be approximately $68.4 million. The reduction in the current year program relates to projects valued at $20.5 million that will be reforecast for completion next financial year, and approximately $8.8 million in budgeted funds that have been returned to allow for further council consideration in relation to these various projects. Council's cash balance of $128 million at the end of May reflects the reduced operating expenditure, increase in some revenue streams, and the reduction of the capital program. Borrowings with the Queensland Treasury Corporation stand at just under $71 million at the end of May. While the current budget has forecast that additional borrowings of $10 million would be undertaken by the end of the financial year to fund capital works, the approved facility is now not required and will not be drawn down. Combined overdue property-related debts for rates and water are $11.5 million at the end of May. The second half water notices were due for payment on the 23rd of May, which has contributed to the level of water arrears increasing by $1.7 million since April. Currently, $122,000 of the total water arrears of $3.5 million is under a payment arrangement. The amount under a payment plan is expected to increase following the issue of the first reminder notices at the end of this month. Rate arrears have reduced by $1.4 million from April to a total of $7.9 million. The second half rates levy notices were due for payment on the 2nd of April. However, we did not issue the first reminder notices until the 16th of May. Council standard timing for the issue of the first reminder notices is usually 14 days after the due date. Of the total rates arrears, $1.5 million is under a payment arrangement. Council's external debt collection agency, Recoveries and Reconstruction, will issue demand letters at the end of July for combined water and rates debts greater than $1,000. Reduced and delayed debt recovery action due to resourcing in the rates team has contributed to the overall high level of combined rates and water arrears. In accordance with the local government legislation, Council is able to commence the sale of land for overdue rates and charges proceedings. Council last held an auction to recover outstanding rates and charges in August 2019. The finance team will present a report to the Councillors' Strategic and Briefing Forum early in the new financial year, identifying properties that may qualify for this process, and also give you an idea of the potential timing for an auction based on the requirements stipulated in the legislation. In closing, it is important to note the Council's final end-of-year position will not be confirmed. Statutory financial statements are completed by the Queensland Audit Office. Next month's June finance report, that will be tabled at the General Council meeting on the 24th of July, will present an interim position for the financial year, pending the completion of the financial statements and the outcome of the external audit. That concludes the overview of the May finance report, and I am happy to answer any questions that councillors may have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Manager of Finance. Helen, over to the councillors for any questions or comments, please. I guess just while people might be thinking, I do have a couple of comments, I suppose, and a couple of questions, if that's all right. So I just want to say thank you once again for the comprehensive reports. Thank you very much. And just to confirm that that the surplus has increased for the end of May, which is the 11th month into, we've only got one more month to go. So that's been increasing due to a whole range of operational and capital program. And I just wanted to ask that with the overall increased rates and water arrears, you mentioned they were increased, that I know that we've got a very comprehensive report here, but I was just wondering if there's an opportunity to include an additional graph of, we talk about what's going to be happening going forward, but probably to be able to track what's been happening over time, probably perhaps, the last 4 years, so that we can see historically this is, whether and how much the water and rates arrears are increasing, because jointly that's $11.5 million at this particular point in time, which is significant, I believe. And thank you for agreeing going forward to address this at a workshop or strategy meeting going forward. And also just to clarify about that council does now not have, due to surplus, does not now have to borrow that $10 million in this financial year. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Just with the issuing of the rates notice that was 2 weeks later, or was 2 weeks?
Through the chair, the second reminders.
Oh,
that's
the
right,
reminders
that's right, which were delayed.
It was just
Correct,
the reminders. Yeah. What was the reason for that?
Just through the chair, look, it's basically just come down to resourcing in the rates team. We've currently got 2 vacant positions, and and it's really we do normally keep to our time frames in terms of what's required under our policy, but it really is just a matter of resourcing, which we are addressing at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to clarify.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, probably just a question for the General Manager of Infrastructure. I'm just looking at the water utilities there, and the changes from the approved BR1 to the year-to-date actuals. And I'm just looking at the variance of, I guess, the other income, but then also the materials and services. That's like, obviously there's quite a difference in there. If you'd just like to just give us a bit of context around that.
So just before you start, what page is that, Councillor Cruz?
35 of the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and good morning, councillors. Through the chair, the underspend in the materials and services has been a concerted effort in the change in our delivery model within the water utilities area. We changed the delivery model around January of this year, or it might have even been around the December Christmas period, where we were trying to, rather than rely on contractors to deliver services, we've put additional FTEs within the organisation. With the budget that we left in there was an assumption on a transition from contractors to FTEs, so full-time employees within council. We've realised that a bit quicker than we expected, so the budget will be underspent in that contractors bucket, which is sitting in the materials and services component of the budget line. The wages are still under as we continue to recruit, but around that January phase we did reforecast based on the assumptions and how long we would think it would take to recruit. We've been a bit quicker than we were hoped, which is a great achievement for the organisation to be able to recruit water industry workers, which are a shortage across the nation.
Excellent, thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. Actually, staying on that same page, and I did have a question marked there. I don't know whether it's for General Manager Infrastructure or Finance Manager to answer. It has an analysis of results where it's written, the water utilities business activity has recorded a surplus of $223,491 to the end of May 2024, which is favourable by $3.829 million when compared to the budget deficit of $3.606 million. I was just wondering, I couldn't quite work that out, whether there's actually a surplus there, because I was wondering with the water arrears, that there would be a surplus, but you're talking about a deficit as well?
So just through the chair, so when we levy a rate notice or water notice, so that the revenue is accrued, so we recognise the revenue once we raise the notices. So even though we haven't collected all the revenue in, it doesn't impact the revenue because the revenue is recorded when we raise the water notice. Yeah, and just with there is a surplus at the moment, and the budget was forecasting a deficit. Now, some of that's come down to timing, some of it's come down to operational efficiencies where they won't actually spend all the budget that was allocated. But we have done some reforecasting, and we do believe that at the 30th of June, the water utilities will still make a deficit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking if you're going to be factoring in the $3.5 million arrears.
Yep, so that's already recognised, as I said, in the
Okay.
revenue. Once we levy the notices, we recognise the revenue. So that's already incorporated in the rates and charges revenue that's shown in that statement.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Good. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Manager Finance. Okay, well, the resolution there is that Central Highlands Regional Council adopts a monthly financial report for the period ended 31st of May 2024. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Donaldson, seconder. Councillor Burns, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 12.2.3, which is the waste full cost pricing business reform. And I will hand over to Chief Financial Officer Arun Diaz.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the purpose of this report is to seek adoption by Council of the full cost pricing business model for the Central Highlands Regional Council waste business activity as recommended in the public benefit assessment as provided at attachment 1. I will hand over now to our Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to take us through the report in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Through the chair again. I will take the report as read, including the attachment to the report. However, before taking questions, I'd like to briefly comment on the process that supports the recommendation to adopt the full cost pricing model for the waste business activity. So this process was conducted in accordance with local government legislation and Council's obligation to ensure that national competition policy reform initiatives are incorporated within its business activities. Following the identification of the waste business activity as a significant business, because it met the operating expenditure threshold prescribed under the Local Government Act, Council was required to undertake a public benefit assessment to determine the most appropriate business model. There are two options under the legislation, with the minimum requirement being to adopt full cost pricing, or the second option, which is to establish a commercialised business activity or unit, The legislation requires a public benefit assessment be undertaken to evaluate the impacts of each of these business reform options before making a decision on which is the most appropriate. The public benefit assessment undertaken by Council recommends full cost pricing as the most appropriate reform option, as it provides the greatest net community benefit when compared to the commercialised business unit model. A 5-week public consultation program was undertaken to inform the community of the process, which involved making the draft public benefit assessment report available on Council's website, Facebook page and Have Your Say portal. Several community members visited the Have Your Say portal and downloaded the document, with 3 voting that they were not in favour of the full cost pricing recommendation. I personally emailed the 3 community members to provide an opportunity for further clarification of the recommendation. However, no responses were received. The local government legislation does not prescribe the requirements for the consultation process for a public benefit assessment. And while the 1996 Local Government Public Benefit Assessment Guidelines does address consultation, it only requires that the views of stakeholders be taken into account and does not prescribe the form, extent or timing that the consultation should take. That concludes the overview of the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Sorry, we're having a bit of trouble with the mics there. Good, thank you very much, Manager Finance. Just over to councillors for any questions. Firstly, Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, thank you very much for this report. This may not impact whether or not we adopt a full cost pricing model or not. However, a criticism of the report that backgrounds this is that in section 1.3 on page 60 of the agenda, we have the other councils that this report is based on. We've got Brisbane, Bundaberg, Cairns, Fraser Coast, Gold Coast, Gympie, Ipswich, Logan, Mackay, Moreton Bay, Noosa, Redland, Rocky, Sunshine Coast and Townsville. Not a single council west of the range, not a single council that is in any way relevant to our council and the issues that our council faces in providing waste management across this region. Having said that, I understand where we are with this and what our options are, and full cost pricing still might be the best progression forward. However, that report should have had councils. It should have been comparing us to councils that are comparable councils.
Just through the chair, I mean, it would depend if those other councils had their business activities had met the thresholds under the legislation to identify as a significant business activity and have to reform. I mean, I do notice Livingston has been left off the list, and I know they adopt full cost pricing for their business activities. But, you know, there potentially some of the other neighbouring councils, they haven't reached those thresholds, so wouldn't be required to reform under the legislation as we are required to do. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, probably just further to that, I guess it's only identifying those that have actually already completed that process. It's not also identifying those that may be also going through the motions as we are.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Cypher.
Oh, yes, it's going funny, that spot. So in simple layman's terms, in one sentence, it's a great report though, in one sentence, this actually means there's going to be, over a period of years, increase on the rates notice for waste management, so the rates will be increasing in that aspect for our communities. That's correct in
Just through the chair, not necessarily, and we have already started incorporating some of the principles within our pricing practices for waste, and you know, through the budget development workshops we do have a full cost pricing model that we use. So we have the waste business by default, I guess almost, has already incorporated a lot of these principles within its business operations at the moment. So there should not be a significant impact or any impact at all on future pricing.
I think that's really important to emphasise that, and that's the purpose of the question, was to emphasise that. And because over the last few years, as communities, we've seen our waste facilities reduce in hours of operation. I think most of our communities have got used to that now. We remember what days our dumps are opened, but there was a time when they were opened all the time across our region and we could go there anytime. So that's been a very big change for community. So the community needs to know that this here isn't necessarily going to come at an additional cost to them. And I just wanted to emphasise that. Thank you.
And just through the chair, and it may, you know, the idea is to result in efficiencies as well. So,
And I certainly had that down as one of my questions as well. And the other question being that, you know, can council still be setting the charges going forward as well so that we can be monitoring those charges for community?
Just through the chair, definitely it's driven by council based on
Yeah.
the full cost pricing model that we adopt. That's right.
Yep, that was a question too. So thank you, Councillor Cypher. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just a query on the business structure and operation, so page 62 and 63. So midway down page 62, just above the council strategies title, it says, in providing the above services, CHRC has established the following service levels, yada, 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 and where practicably possible, make curbside collection services available for residents, and where it's not practicable for a collection service for households, that 75% of these residents have a resource recovery facility or bin station that's within 20 minutes drive of their home. But then, I don't know whether it's conflicting or whether I'm just reading this incorrectly. And then in the table on page 63, the first thing was investigate the transition from small resource recovery centres and bulk bin stations to curbside bin service. And you've got here, consider the closure of existing resource recovery centres in selected localities. So it seems like you want to have a resource facility, a recovery facility near the townships, but then you're closing some down as well?
Through the chair, I might hand over to General Manager Community.
Yeah, through the chair, very happy to answer this. And I'm just going to go back a little bit actually and just expand on some comments that council's just made on the ability for, so this is a snapshot in time at the moment. This full cost recovery process is based on the costs that we've got in the program as we speak. Councillors that have been involved in local government for a significant period of time will know that one of the big areas of change in government, especially regulation, has been in waste management. I can't sit here and say to you that that won't change in the future. So this costing model that we've got at the moment to fund this may change in the future, and you need to be aware of that. That would be inappropriate for me not to allow or say that to you. And what I mean by that the government may require us to have a different compliance regime or whatever it may be. So just keep that in mind, councillors, but this is what we know at the moment.
Okay.
Secondly, in relation to your comment, Councillor Wilkins, when we did the waste strategy, one of the programs that we looked at was maximising our ability to use our wheelie bins. And we looked to extend our areas of offering that service to our community. We did that, and unfortunately we couldn't expand it as far as what we wanted because of a range of things, engineering, design issues, abilities for trucks to get into those areas, but particularly it was around safety and the safety of those bin areas being available to put them safely that weren't going to put either the resident or our bin collection guys in harm. At the same time, we looked at rationalising our bin stations and our transfer stations, and previous councils will be aware we went through, oh goodness me, a number of iterations, and councillors very much spoke very strongly about not doing that. So there was a program put in place that we would look to keep them and not walk away from those particular stations. We did lose one of them during that period, but the rest was basically put on hold. So that comment that is in there is accurate. This new council, again, through new leadership, will be able to look at what we're going to do in that waste management space. You've heard me a number of times talk about the opportunities that exist there right now with potentially a new landfill at a point in time and a new transfer station at a point in time. They will all be decisions that you as a council will need to make moving forward, but for now that is accurate and that is what is in the strategy, and I don't believe it contradicts, in my opinion.
Sure. Just one other comment, totally different. So with the, when you had the public consultation, I kind of feel that probably was like a rather hit and miss. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to, you know, have a public consultation, like perhaps if something like this is coming up, potentially, because I'm trying to think, you know, Facebook's not working, newspapers probably not working. just maybe we need to just go out in the community if something important, important decisions like to be made, to have some sort of actual, the councils go out to the community, the CRGs that we're sort of potentially head of, what is it, part of the committees, and inform people more directly, because I know I would not have known this was, on the council agenda unless I'm reading the Have Your Say or whatever, at least weekly or whatever, which I don't. So then, I don't know, maybe we can come up with another way to involve the community.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you want to comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Wilkins' point taken on board. Absolutely, we'll investigate other avenues of consulting with the community to make a more meaningful impact. However, in this case, we've used council's standard procedures for consultation, but absolutely point taken on board. Thank you for the feedback. For next time, we'll definitely consider if there's a better way of reaching out for more constituents for any feedback.
And thank you. I did take on board that there was not a requirement to do the community consultation. So I did pick up that point and wanted to also, now that we're talking about that, if that's all right, make the point to say thank you for doing that. And my recommendation probably would have been just to have a focus group, as well as put it out through the online, so that you've got an opportunity. But going forward, definitely to take on board, and if we can strengthen the ability to do some of that engagement, because you actually do that to give us more information to help us make decisions based on others' points of view. But just before moving on as well, another point that you brought up, Councillor Wilkins, was reading out the different types of delivery that we do have for waste, and taking on board the bin stations and transfer stations. And I did note, General Manager, you mentioned that there was one community that had everything taken away, but they actually had the bin service. But we were in Dingo last week. It's still coming up from the community, but the main thing that they were mentioning was that they don't have their skip bin, and perhaps Councillor Hindmarsh and Councillor Donaldson can correct me there, but they're saying that they would appreciate it if they could have even the skip bin. I don't know if I've got that wrong or not, but is Councillor Hindmarsh? Sorry, Councillor Cruz there.
Through the chair, I just also was going to just reiterate that the Manager of Finance had actually gone above what the requirement was as well. But I guess mine is probably more around a comment that now that we've reached that particular threshold where we have to sort of make these decisions, if these decisions aren't sort of made with regards this fixed full cost pricing, that cost would be borne by all ratepayers through a general rate, I would assume.
Just through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. And it's similar to our water and sewage businesses, where we've already adopted their significant business activities. We already adopt full cost pricing. We have done for a number of years, and we're on a price path to reach full cost pricing.
Yes,
but that's correct. If we're not generating enough revenue through those business activities, we have to rely on general rates.
Yeah, I think that's a relevant point to make, that if you're not generating that income from that particular unit, then obviously the cost is borne by all, whether you use it or not. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cruz. Councillor Hindmarsh.
Thank you. Through the chair, just going back to what Mayor Moriarty just commented on with what Dingo was saying last week. Yes, they would. It was brought up that they would appreciate their skip bin, a skip bin service to be reinitiated in Dingo. Their comments were around there's types of material that is not suitable to go into their wheelie bins, etc. I understand I understand that there's legislation possibly that's come in since their skip bin has been removed that may restrict what can go back, but by the same token, maybe moving forward, if we can have a discussion with them and give them that information, or present or come up with an alternative. I don't have any ideas at this point. It was something that I wished to raise going forward, but it's come up, so yeah, it's in everybody's heard it now. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hindmarsh.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, look, we'll certainly, well, it won't be me taking carriage of it moving forward, but my fellow acting general manager will take that moving forward. And just want to probably take this opportunity. These are going to be some very difficult discussions you're going to have around waste management moving forward. So at the moment, the budget that's been adopted is for the service level that we are providing right now. If councillors want to make that decision, then you are well within your rights to do that. It will have an impact on those operational costs moving forward. So I just want to put that out there. And so too, if you're wanting to continue that level of service, it will impact this full cost recovery model that we're looking to achieve. When we originally went back and looked at closing some of these facilities or rationalising, part of the reasoning was around it being affordable for our community to actually have a waste facility. Now, if they're not within a half an hour of that, then you know it's a fine line there as well. So, anyway, I'm going to get off my high horse now. Our acting GM moving forward, Adrian Burns, will be able to ably assist you with that. But yeah, it is some work we're going to need to do, councillors, in the coming months or years.
Absolutely. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just one more question. Just on page 64, or page 6 of the report, there's a part of the regional waste strategy. Midway down, it's got community understanding and behaviours imposes significant risk and impact to existing or proposed future operations. I just don't understand what that means. What's the risk, or how are the behaviours?
Was it, sorry, was it 64?
6 of the report.
The third bullet point. This one.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. Okay, so this is in relation to the regional waste strategy. There was a significant amount of consultation done so we were actually part of that regional waste strategy. There is no doubt in our area and other areas within the CQ region as well that there was a lack of understanding around what is required legislatively from a waste management perspective. Not just legislatively, but the ability to recycle, reuse, the whole box and dice, what is to go into bins, so that education component. You know, we've talked about this again in previous discussions with councillors around we need to educate our public more on what goes in and what doesn't. The Mayor previously in her councillor role has talked about, you know, giving some of that real-time almost analytics back on what we are achieving from a recycling perspective to improve some of our... This is not just one little thing, this is a whole range of options here. If you go to the southeast corner, people know what to put in their bins, they're separating their waste out much better than what we are here. We've got a massive contamination rate in our recycling bins. The argument can be put forward that people don't really understand what should go in each bin or don't care.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Whiteman.
Yeah, through the chair. The other thing that needs to be said in an open meeting like this is that these waste strategies, while they might make perfect sense in the southeast corner, by closing local tips and by removing waste in the way that we are forced to by legislation, there is an incentivisation for illegal dumping in this. in these regions. And I mean, it's obviously nothing that we can do about it. We are forced into these positions. However, it just needs to be said out loud that it's a known, but there's nothing that we can do about it.
Yeah, and look, through the chair, I'll probably answer this very simply. You are absolutely correct. Councillors will have the opportunity through the LGAQ motions process. You will see there, must have been about 3 or 4 years ago, we actually raised that exact issue around illegal dumping. Those councillors that have been forced into this area from a waste levy perspective, that would actually happen. And look, to be fair, it probably hasn't occurred as much as what I thought it was going to happen, but your point is valid.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Yes, I just think that education program is paramount to making a difference with our recycling. And is there the possibility that we can change the bins somehow, that people know what goes in there, whether we put a sticker on it or something, but something that's visual so people can see it and we can start really making an impact?
Through the chair, all those things are very valid comments, and the answer is yes to all those things. At this point in time, we haven't been able to resource an education officer per se to really get some punch in that particular area. We did talk operationally at one stage there 2 or 3 years ago about having an education officer for waste, water, environmental health. Can't think of the other things now, General Manager Houlihan, but there was a few options put on the table. But again, that's something that can be looked at in the future based on resources and a whole range of things. The sticker opportunity is one that a lot of local governments do. It tends to have a short-term sort of positive impact, and then people, it really needs a whole mindset change. But it is part of the resolution, I suppose.
Good, thank you. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, I'll try and keep this to the last comment. So regarding the education, I would focus on the schools because like I know back in the day, back in the 80s, there was that Do the Right Thing campaign, which was very, very successful. And a lot of that generation came up and they're doing the right thing. With the schools, it's just extraordinary, the kind of like anti-green sort of thinking. And I'm not saying be pro-green or whatever, I'm just saying balance. It's all about balance. And I even had one girl comment that you know, according to studies, that even if we did do the right thing and whatever from now, it's not going to have any effect on global warming or climate change or anything like that. And I'm like, if this is in their mindset already, what chance of, you know, getting a kid to pick up a piece of paper or actually not dropping it on the ground in the first place is going to be? So it's really got to be, okay, we may not make a difference, but at least you're not contaminating the ground. You're not birds aren't eating rubbish or animals aren't eating rubbish and dying as a result and things like that. So just simple education in the schools. It's the lack of it is just startling.
Yep, noted, thank you. And certainly when we've talked about it, that's where our target audience would be. They'll influence mums and dads when they get home, and yeah, there's a lot of study around that you know, generational change starting there. So thank you.
Councillor Cruz.
Sorry. Through the chair, just with regards the education officer and the like, there is also that talk at CHRC level with regards coordinator, and then also that funding at council level, I should say.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, so excellent. Thanks, Councillor Cruz. Thank you for that discussion, everyone. That was excellent. And thank you, General Manager. Yes,
Yeah.
Mr.
I just wanted to
CEO.
back up what Deputy Mayor Cruz said, because at the last board meeting of CHRC, they were talking about applying for funding for their terms of behaviour change coordinator was the term that they used. So there is a bit of work happening in that space that we may be able to tap into.
Which is all aligning those terminologies as well. So thank you very much. Mr. CEO, and I think the motion is there to be put, if everyone's happy to do that. So the Central Highlands Regional Council resolves to apply the full cost pricing model to the waste significant business activity for the 2024-25 financial year as recommended in the attached Public Benefit Assessment Report. Can I have a mover? Councillor Cypher. Seconder? Councillor Newman. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.1.3 is the Auditor General's interim audit observation. And I again hand over to Chief Financial Officer, Arun Diaz. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as you are aware, interim audit has commenced for council, and we've got new auditors from the Queensland Audit Office, our contract auditors, Bentley's. This report is to table their interim report findings. And before I hand over to Helen, the only thing I'll say, councillors, is this is an interim report, and the auditors will submit the final report at the completion of the external audit sometime in October. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, CFO, and through the Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide an overview of the key findings contained in the Queensland Audit Office Interim Financial Audit Report of the Central Highlands Regional Council for the year ending 30th of June 2024. I will take the tabled report as read, including their attachment. However, I'll just provide a brief overview of their findings. The Queensland Audit Office conduct the annual financial audit of Council's financial statements in 2 stages. So they do an interim audit and a final audit, and they issue an observation report at the completion of each of those audits. An observation report includes observations and suggestions about matters and issues arising out of each of the audits. The Queensland Audit Office contract auditors Bentley's conducted the interim audit over a 2-week period between the 7th and 17th of May this year. The interim audit is designed to assess the design and implementation of Council's internal controls and whether they are operating effectively, and whether they can rely on those internal controls when they're auditing the financial statements at the final audit. The observation report included as the attachment to the tabled report includes 2 new internal control issues that they identified during the recent interim audit. And these are the periodic review of changes made to supplier bank account details to ensure that officers are following the correct process when requests to amend bank account details are received from suppliers. So while we do have a process, I just wanted to see more evidence around that process. And also ensuring that mandatory fraud and corruption training is scheduled for all staff on a more regular basis. The interim report also shows that 2 of the 4 unresolved prior financial year internal control issues have been resolved pending audit clearance when they come back for the final audit. The other 2 issues are expected to be resolved by management for audit clearance within the next 6 months. And these issues relate to the management of capital works in progress and the review of the rates master file changes. The single prior year financial reporting issue, which was from the 21-22 financial year audit, relates to the development of a comprehensive asset valuation framework. So we've prepared the framework, the external auditors have reviewed that, given us feedback, and so we're taking that feedback on board and we're hoping to have it finalised by the 30th of June. That concludes the overview of the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good, thank you very much, Manager Finance. Are there any questions from the councillors or comments? Thank you. I just have one comment to say that the audits are for the purpose of finding areas of improvement. So this is a positive opportunity for CHRC to address these. So going forward, thank you for your detailed report, which outlines what we are going to be doing going forward. So thank you very much. Okay, the recommendation is there as that Central Highlands Regional Council receives the Queensland Audit Office report dated the 31st of May 2024, outlining the key findings from the 2023-24 interim external audit. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wilkins, and seconder, Councillor Hindmarsh. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to 12 point... Oh, sorry, Councillor Hindmarsh.
I'd just like to make a comment, if I may, just on that, the audit, before you leave the room. For an organisation of this size to only have those couple of points being raised in an audit, I think is exceptional, personally. I've been in organisations not of this size, but quite large, private enterprises, that the audit process has been feared from year to year purely because of what was going to be found, what the outcomes were going to be. So personally, I'd like to congratulate everybody on that. I think it's terrific.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Hindmarsh. Thank you for those positive comments. I think we all reiterate that as well. So thank you. Thank you. Moving on. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
This might be a little bit out of order, but I'm just looking at the time.
Yes.
We have a morning tea at 10:30.
10:30.
This next agenda item may be rather long.
Yeah.
Could I suggest I don't know whether that's my place to do that, but could
we can
switch the agenda slightly to a less longer agenda item to make the 10:30 morning tea? Just a suggestion.
I did note that this could take a little bit of time for discussion. I was hoping that the 20 minutes might have pulled us up, but what we could do, if councillors want to change the order of proceedings today, is we could move to items 12.2.3 and 12.2.4 and then break for morning tea. And then we'll bring that, when we come back, we'll address item number 12.2.1 after morning tea.
That's fine, Madam Mayor. I'll just go and grab the team. They'll be in a second. So, KB's already gone. Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
I just think it will take a while knowing our track record.
Good point. Yeah. Thank you for being on the ball there, Councillor Cypher.
Sorry, from a procedural perspective, to change the order of business, we just need a procedural motion, so we will assume that Councillor Cypher has passed a procedural motion to change the order of business. Thank you. Okay. We don't need a seconder for that.
Thank you.
Everyone's in favour of that.
We just need a procedural motion to change the order of our agenda. So we're just assuming that Councillor Cypher, you're moving. We don't need a seconder, but we do need everyone to be in favour. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, for item number 12.2.3, this is the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. New member nominations, and I'll hand over to General Manager Communities, John McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, known as CHRC, is a council committee established to support council service delivery in the areas of arts, culture and heritage. The committee also functions as the assessment panel for the Regional Arts Development Fund. The new 3-year term of community members on the committee is due to commence 1 July 2024, with expressions of interest presented to you today for endorsement. I'll now hand over to Kat Hatzi-Penny-Goddess, Coordinator, Arts and Engagement and Manager Connected Communities, Suzanne Polder, to tell you more. Over to you, Kat.
I'm sorry to interject, General Manager, at this point. I did forget to reiterate that I did have a declarable conflict of interest, but the councillors agreed I could stay in the room. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Sorry. Please proceed, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall and Mayor Moriarty. Through the Chair, per the CHRC terms of reference, there are 12 community member positions on the committee. To date, 4 expressions of interest have been received to fill these positions, 3 from existing members and 1 new nomination. Expressions of interest will remain for the remaining 8 positions will be accepted until all positions are filled, with regular review and presentation to Council as they are received. Councillors, we commend these nominations to you for endorsement and hand over to you for any questions.
Councillor Cypher, sorry.
Thank you. I'd just like to say what a strong committee this has been, and it's wonderful to see the existing members, 3 of the existing members continuing on, putting applications in to continue on. It's a very important role and it is a time-consuming role, so I'd just like to congratulate them, and it's wonderful to see that new people in the community are willing and able and ready to step up to join the committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Any other comments or questions from our councillors? I think that we all. Oh, Councillor Cypher,
sorry,
again.
I just to add to that, our retiring members who aren't continuing on, who haven't re-nominated, they're very, very valued, and I'd just like to particularly make note of Barb Beasley's contribution. She is a founding member of this advisory committee, and prior to that she was, and I presume she's still heavily involved in the arts, but she has always been a key driver in the community for the arts. So I'd just like to thank all past members, but particularly Barb, for her great contribution.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. I think we all concur with your thanks of the new people coming on, and definitely thanks to all those who have been served on the committee as well. Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Any other comments or questions? Very good. We'll move to put the motion. So the recommendation here is that the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the following 4 nominees as members of the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee: Ben Robinson, Tegan Arnold, Melissa Chick, and Misha Greentree. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wilkins, seconder. Councillor Newman, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 12.2.4, which is the Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2024-26. And again, handing over to General Manager Communities, John McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, today the team are here to present the Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2024-26 for your endorsement. With us today we have Kat Hatzi-Penny-Goddess, Coordinator Arts and Engagement, and Ruth Hayden, our Arts and Cultural Officer Galleries. I now pass to Ruth to share some details about the document, and I'm not going to miss saying your name. Kat, just putting it out there, sorry. No offence.
think you did well.
Thank you, Manager McDougall. Through the Chair, we're excited to share with you today the final draft of the Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan for your endorsement. This action plan covers activities we plan to undertake to fulfil the final 2 years of the Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Strategy 2016 to 2026. Our performance measures are a combination of continuing actions and new activities to build on the success of our previous action plans. A key component of this plan is to facilitate engagement with community to inform the development of the new arts, culture and heritage strategy that we plan to have in place, ready for implementation from the 1st of July 2026. Our thanks to all of you for your feedback in the development of this plan, and of course to our advisory committee members for their ongoing contributions that help guide Council's arts, culture and heritage direction. We'll now pass to the councillors for any questions.
Good, thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
Yes, please.
Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you so much. It's a very beautiful document. Just on where you've got the acknowledgement of country, are you still going to be saying across the Central Highlands and respects the elders past, present and emerging, or just sticking with past and present?
That's actually, sorry. Through the Chair, I've actually fixed that.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. I have a couple of comments, I guess, just to raise. And firstly, congratulations. I thought it was an excellent document and has got lots of great activities, and I love the goals as well. They cover off on all aspects for me. I wanted to mention on page 150 of our agenda, under 1.4, goal 1.4, activity 1.4.1, youth art development, so the CHRC annual Youth Arts Awards. So I just had to say I was very excited to be involved in that on Friday night with Councillor Wilkins, and great to see 131 entries from 100 artists, 105 artists across the region, literally from across the region, young people from across the region. So it was really exciting. It was energising, vibrant, and brought a lot of joy to a lot of young people, especially their proud parents and families and schools, and of course a council staff also who were attending, and the general public. So I just wanted to say I'm glad that's in there, and we've had the third now, and that's continuing to grow and grow. And finally, on page 156 of the agenda, item goal number 3.1, activity 3.3.1, lone graves register. I just wanted to raise that attending a couple of CRGs recently and over the time, there continues to be enthusiasm from community members to participate in that registering lone graves. So I just wanted to say that I feel that that's a really important activity, and thank you for including that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, councillors. So the recommendation there is that Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2024 to 2026 financial years. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Cypher, seconder Councillor Burns. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okie dokie. With our change in order of proceedings, we're breaking now for morning tea. So thank you, councillors, and we will be returning back at 11 a.m. Yeah. Or do we want to come back early? I know that we've got a scheduled morning tea, so that was scheduled for 10:30 till 11, and people know that that's scheduled. So although it's an extra 10 minutes, we can enjoy an extra 10 minutes. So returning at 11 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our online viewers. Thank you, everyone. We're resuming our council meeting for the Wednesday, the 26th of June, 2024. And our first item is 12.2.1, which is economic stimulus policy, combined assessment of 3 Stream 4 applications, R313, R317 and R320. So I hand over to General Manager Communities, John McDougall. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome back from Smoko, councillors. This morning we have a report to present to you around the economic stimulus policy. So there are a number of applications which we've received quite late in the financial year, which we'll go through. But I will hand straight over to Kirsten Byrne, our Manager of Planning and Land Management. I still can't spit that one out, Kirsten. But Kirsten will talk through the report and answer any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Through you, Madam Chair. The economic stimulus package that Council has, aptly known as Rise Up, has before us 3 applications which represent an investment into the region in excess of $32 million through audio equipment, Central Highlands Healthcare and Queensland Property Company. The recommendation, the officer's recommendation ahead of you this morning is in relation to an increase of the current budget that's allocated to this incentive policy based on the size of the applications that have been before you. So to summarise quickly, audio equipment, the application was received on the 10th of April this year, and it's the construction of a new showroom and outdoor sales facility. With over 4,000 square metres under roof, the building's more than twice the size of the current premise. It has capacity for growth as Audio expands their sales, parts and service support to customers across the agricultural, turf, forestry and construction industries. And the value of works represents an investment in excess of $15 million. Central Highlands Healthcare, which was submitted on the 16th of May, have operated from the GP Superclinic building since 2015. And they've been given approval to construct 2 additional areas. The first being an educational establishment that will provide clinical teaching spaces for students studying in the fields of pharmacy, nursing, occupational and speech therapy, social work and psychology. And the second is a healthcare service building that will provide 10 consulting rooms for training, treatment and therapy, increasing access to allied health and medical professionals in and around the Emerald District. The value of the works represents an investment in excess of $5 million. And then the final application is for the Queensland Property Company, which was submitted on the 17th of May, 2024. They're looking to expand their operations to include a mechanical repair and overhaul workshop, electrical workshop, a separate warehouse and office facility. This will enable the operator, Sentinel, to undertake the process of securing materials, design work, construction and fit-out commissioning, and hand over all at the one location in Emerald. This will ultimately reduce costs and downtime impacts for machinery operators and decrease the travel time for over-dimension vehicles on the roads. The value of the works represents an investment of around $12 million. So to date, this financial year, we've had 3 applications previously approved under this stream, Stream 4, and 11 under Stream 1. The budget allocated to the Rise Up program this financial year was $300,000 and it's been mostly expended, all but about $96,000. So whilst the remaining funds will not cover the figures derived from the eligibility assessments for these 3 applications, the recommendation today is seeking some additional funding from the Parks and Gardens budget to facilitate the approval of these Rise Up incentive applications this morning. So officer's recommendation is recommending that the 3 applications presented today be awarded the full incentive in exchange for the job creation and financial investment that each make and their compliance with the policy. So happy to take any questions on notice.
Thank you, Manager Planning and Land Management. Are there any questions or comments from the councillors, please? Councillor Whiteman.
Through the Chair. I've noticed that all 3 options, the recommendation plus the options at the back, all have to be completed by the end of this financial year. Is there going to be, considering we only have 2 working days left in this financial year, is that going to be of an impact to these businesses?
Through the chair. So with recommendations and resolutions in relation to the economic stimulus package, they do have a 2-year period for the applicants to claim that payment. So that's part 3 of the recommendation, that they have to claim the payment by 30th of June 2026. So whilst the approval is given this financial year from this financial year's budget, that money is held for the payment of that, the processing of that incentive within that 2-year period.
Thank you. Councillor Seifer.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, I just want to quote from the policy where it states that the council has established this economic stimulus policy to provide the community business owners and developers with the opportunity to apply for financial assistance. Council, and that the council is under, nothing in the policy shall imply or suggest that council is under any obligation to provide any incentive to any applicant. Also, in the policy, it clearly states there is an approved budget allocation. So that approved budget allocation, as it sits today, is approximately $96,000. So I do not believe that we should be transferring funds from another department, well, the same department, but from another allocation, and I know the response to that is that we're not going to spend that money in this financial year. However, I was under the impression that the money that's identified in this report for transfer can be carried over and held for when that identified project will go ahead, if it goes ahead. So I don't believe that taking from Peter to pay Paul is a good policy. Also, the other question, so that's probably a statement. The other question I have is, can a couple of these applications be resubmitted? Like we've put this as a report. Why were they not, a couple of them, put into the next financial year to access money in the upcoming budget if it's approved today?
Great question. Through you, Madam Chair. When these applications were received, so in April and then in May, they've just started progressing in terms of the assessment. So RDO was originally coming to the May meeting, and then it was deferred to the June meeting so that they could all be considered this financial year, as that's when the applications arrived. At the time, the applications came in before the funding round closed on the 18th of May, I believe it was. We had no visibility on whether the economic stimulus package would be approved in the new financial year, so we couldn't tell people to defer for a policy that we didn't know would be funded come 1 July. Part of the recommendation today is that there's a review of the policy in light of some changes that the team have proposed and in discussions that we've had to date. So part of that recommendation, item 4, talks about reviewing the policy and then does not accept any new Stream 4 applications from 1 July until such time as that new policy is adopted, subject to that being part of the new budget, which is adopted later today. So that's the reason why we didn't push those applications into the new financial year.
So can't we do that now though?
It could be, through you, Madam Chair, it could be an option that some of the applications are pushed to the new financial year. The trouble that we have is we don't know what that policy will look like if it is getting a significant overhaul or what the appetite is for councillors. So by pushing them to the new financial year, we've got no understanding of what that policy looks like, whether the budget is approved today. So So why can't we push them to next year and, next financial year,
and leave the policy as it sits until the new policy, till new policy is developed? Because that can take time, and because we haven't even had feedback into a new policy yet, and totally agree that it needs to be done, and I have quite a lot of feedback for that. But why can't some of these applications be pushed to the July meeting and assessed under the existing policy?
Through the chair, it is an option that can be considered. If they were pushed to the July meeting date, say for instance it was the options of applications 2 and 3 related to the healthcare and Queensland Property Company, that would chew a significant amount of that budget within that first month of the new financial year.
But that's how the policy actually exists now. So what's the problem with that? Like, we've already pretty much chewed up the money now. So I just can't understand why this report has come written the way it's written, to be quite honest, and that were comments I've given to you previously. So I'll let others have a... Yeah.
Through the chair, just to quickly cover off on a couple of things. In my opinion, I suppose, when it comes down to the fairness aspect, if these guys had applied in January or even, earlier in the year, we probably wouldn't have been having the same discussion. I suppose, we will be guided by council on a way forward here. We've put a set of recommendations together for you to consider. In my opinion, though, because of a pure timing issue, someone may be, impacted adversely from getting extra funds or whatever it may be. So that's why, in our professional opinion, we've come with this recommendation. Councillors, and I'm sure others will speak accordingly, but that's where we landed on that particular recommendation. So I'll hand it back through the chair to the councillors to make any comments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I've probably got probably a couple of comments and 2 or 3 questions. The report recommends that we approve a total refund of $509,595.08 that includes the refund of assessment fees and a reduction in levied infrastructure charges. So firstly, the refund and levied are two words that are quite pertinent. So can you confirm the amounts requested in the applications, what have already been paid to council? Because there is obviously a difference between something being refunded and charges that are actually not being realised.
Through the Mayor, so the assessment fees have already been paid. Under the Planning Act, you must pay your assessment fee before it can be assessed. So they've been paid. So if we look for an example, I'll just do the first one, RDO equipment, their assessment fees, about $24,000, they've paid that. They've been levied $420,500 as an infrastructure charge. Now they owe that to council, but that's not due yet because they're not operating, they haven't built it. So any incentive that they get, like, I guess from an accounting point of view, and I think it's better for the applicant as well, it doesn't make sense for us to give him $25,000 and then turn around and say, but you owe us 400 or 320. So what we do is we take that and we add it together with any incentive that they get for infrastructure charges, add it together, put it there, and then tell them what their gap is. And with these ones, it's usually a gap that they have to pay. So we very rarely refund actually money to the applicants.
Only through that, but the assessment would be the assessment fees. Would be getting refunded back in part of this. Is that?
Through the chair, if we can use the RDO example as that, so the $24,000 in assessment fees that they've paid to date, plus the $400 in operational works application fees, they then are levied a charge of approximately $420,000 in infrastructure charges. So say, for instance, if the incentive was given today for that full amount of the $319, what is left for RDO to pay to council is a gap of $101,000. So we're not in essence, we're not refunding them the $23,000 in application fees they've paid to date. We're taking that off the total bill. But what happens is an accounting treatment in the back end. So those fees, the revenue for the fees is, the accounting treatment is applied based on the incentive that's given.
And then this one's probably a little bit more background so that I've got a bit more understanding. So with regards to the infrastructure charges as set out in Schedule 16 of the Planning Regulation 2017 and the Planning Legislation Fees and Other Amounts Amendment Regulation of 2020, Council is by regulation capped to the maximum infrastructure charge that it can apply. So in essence, does this mean that the cost borne by council for those things like trunk infrastructure required for these type of developments is in most cases higher than that can be recouped from infrastructure charges? Is that a possibility?
Through the Mayor, with that question, so the charges that are levied for that development use, it's based on the maximum charge that the regulation prescribes, our adopted infrastructure charges resolution, and then it could be related to the gross floor area, the size of the showroom and things like that. So it's all calculated to that charge that we have in our charges resolution. So that's the maximum charge that Central Highlands would be levying as an infrastructure charge.
That's the maximum that we can levy, but is it the maximum that the trunk infrastructure is going to actually cost us? Is my question.
Through the chair, I think if the answer would be absolutely no. There would be a significant gap there still, and General Manager Houlihan might be able to answer that. I've got a frog in my throat. But I would suggest to you that there would still be a significant gap.
Sorry?
There is no relativity between the two. One's a charge, one's the actual amount. Sorry.
You're right. Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, as mentioned by General Manager here, there is no relativity. The actual cost of delivering the ongoing operations and installation and upgrades of trunk infrastructure is not directly associated with the fees that are recovered from the development. There's a huge gap between the two.
Yeah, I guess because my point is if it's going to cost council more than what we are recouping with infrastructure charges, and then in essence we are giving the little that we can recoup back, our gap is then bigger. Is that? Am I looking at things correctly, or happy to take comments so that I understand it better?
Kind of the purpose of the incentive, I think, is to. General Manager?
I think you're trying to tie two things together that aren't together. You've got an incentive policy that you put out there to incentivise economic development. That's the concept of the policy. What infrastructure charges and the incentive is to say, okay, what we're going to do to incentivise you to come here, we're going to give you this a package of carrots, for want of a better term. You could make that a sum of money. You happen to tie it to fees and charges that are applied to that development as the way that you incentivise it. What over here is the cost of providing that infrastructure has no relativity, in my opinion, to this incentive package, because this incentive package could be designed anyway. It could be more or less than the charges that we're talking about. Let's now turn our mind to the charge. The charge is a charge that's set that they get that has no relativity to, and in some places the case may exist. In some places, I stress, I'm not saying here, where the charge may well in fact be slightly more. It won't be substantially more, but could be slightly more than what is actually required for that piece of infrastructure. That would be that wouldn't be often the case, and it won't be the case here. There'll be a significant difference. But the point I'm trying to make is this is an incentive package, an economic incentive package, and it's just the way you framed it.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably, it's probably, the question is probably moving forward, looking at how that, to incentivise people and do it in a better way, I guess, is probably what I'm trying to get my head around.
You do it differently.
Yes.
And tie it to a different sort of incentive rather than these charges is the point you're making.
Yes, yes. Then, sorry, I don't want to monopolise the time.
No, you're right.
Any of the applications are all of these applications in sequence with like our local government infrastructure plan, which I'm assuming we have one, or within the priority infrastructure area? And I guess I'm probably trying to do due diligence and do my homework. And by this question, I mean, are there any extra payment conditions required because of the generating additional infrastructure demand?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd have to just double check on the map to make sure whether these properties are within the PIA or outside the PIA. So if I can take that on notice just to check that so I can answer that question properly. If there's another one, we can move on and come back to that.
No worries, thank you. So I guess probably the problem that we have is that as councillors, we've got to deliberate as it's presented to us, not as it's been received to council. So that's the problem that's probably some of us are coming with now, is that we have to deliberate as we've received them now, not as council officers have received them. So that's just another thought.
You're accurate. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
I'd like to reiterate the timing on this. I believe that the RDO equipment application should have come in for the incentive during the May meeting, and in given the timeframes, that would have expended the remaining budget that we have of $96,491.41. So the other two applications that were submitted in May shouldn't be eligible for this financial year funding. And I believe if it is possible to put them off to the next financial year, which is only next week, that they'd be asked to reapply.
Yeah. I do have, Councillor Donaldson.
I'd just like to make the comment. As a business, I think we should be giving a lot more incentives to businesses to come to our area. Now, just looking at some of the RDO equipment, I know that's a big company. They've got infrastructure all over Queensland. I'm thinking now, if I was RDO and I was thinking either going Emerald maybe or Billawheeler, we're offering this incentive. Obviously, you're going to come here. And the council's all about growth over a long period of time. So we're looking at this, we get a bit of a hit now. What about the 20 or 30 years they're going to be here? You have to think of that. The employment, the incentive, and I think we have to look at the long term. That's just my point of view. Thank you.
Absolutely, that multiplier effect over time, and that also applies, I think, to the Central Highlands Healthcare as well. That will bring enormous benefits that we probably can't quantify because they're qualitative. But Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair, the options, the secondary and third option at the end of this report, there is another option that we could contemplate, and that is to extend the funding this year to RDO's full entitlement and to then kick the other two into next year, where they could then, that would be covered by next year's budget. Just as a thought.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm waiting to have a crack at
Sorry,
my
I just
questions,
want
but
quick.
yeah, no,
It's not-
you're right,
I just want to
Councillor
point out,
Seifert.
it's not an entitlement, it's a grant assessment. So I just wanted to clarify that, it's not an entitlement.
Madam Mayor, can I just add something
Yes.
else? And in the last 4.5 years, councillors, we haven't got we probably should, we probably can get the amount of expended funds here in front of me, but we have not spent this budget in the last at least 4 years. I can tell you right now, if we bought one of these applications, any one of the three of the applications in one of the previous years, we would have jumped at an opportunity for supporting a business that is going to either expand or develop and or provide employment for years and years, let alone rateable income that's going to be coming through as well. So I just think that needs to be considered for councillors as well. We're in a very, very lucky position in this council right now to be getting some of these growth options and opportunities happening. I'll leave it there.
Through Ms. Madam Mayor, just to extend on that, the briefing note that was provided to councillors in May detailed the history, which was 1.7 million in economic incentive that have been provided since 2016 when the policy first commenced, 2014-2015 financial year. So to date, the expenditure has been 757,974,000 against that incentive pool of money as you would say that. So as John was saying, these three applications represent an investment of the $32 million with expansion within the region. If I can just circle back to Councillor Cruz's question about the three applications and whether they're inside or outside the priority infrastructure area, all three are within that priority infrastructure area. So just to close off on that question.
Councillor Cruz, I'll get my question in yet.
Just with regards, like previous policies, because it just says, just so that those who may not have been here, and I certainly wasn't here, there was obviously a change because it was the economic stimulus policy commenced on the 1st of February 2023, so adopts the new economic stimulus policy and discontinues the regional economic development incentive policy. So you're sort of saying that the previous one wasn't taken up, whereas we've seen that this is a new policy and it obviously is. So is that reflective of a change in development, or is it a reflective of change in policy?
A great question, through you, Madam Mayor. That is the variations to the policy. They would have still been eligible under the previous policies. Previous financial years, we did have the cap at 250,000, whereas this financial year it increased to 300,000. So their eligibility under the Stream 4 that they've come in under would still have been, they would have been eligible in previous financial years. So the question is about development actually coming online and people expanding in the region in current day.
So sorry, through the chair. So apart from the change in cap, what was the change in policy?
Sorry. With that, there was the introduction of streams 1, 2, and 3. So the policy was expanded to promote facade development and other different streams that people could be eligible for. So all coming from the same kitty. And it was also incentivising the key areas that council wanted to see growth in the region, such as childcare centres and aged care facilities and the like. So,
perfect. Thank you.
Beautification stuff as well. Yeah. Councillor Wilkins.
Oh. Did you want to ask your questions? Because I can wait.
Yep, if you like.
Yep.
I guess my question basically is cutting straight to the point. What wording is in the current policy with which these applications have been put through? What wording in the current policy influences the officer's recommendation that we go beyond using the amount that's allocated for this incentive of the $300,000 to get the other amount of funding from within the community's budget?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the wording within the policy, it sits under section 3.1, so of the incentive program. So Council has established the economic stimulus policy, the program, to provide the community, building owners and developers with the opportunity to apply for financial assistance. Applications are assessed on merit, considering the eligibility criteria and available funds. Nothing in the policy shall imply or suggest that the Council is under any obligation to provide any incentive to any applicant.
Okay, so really it's the wording available funds. So where we're sitting currently, there's obviously, and that's why you've made the recommendation 4, about reviewing the policy, particularly around the new stream 4, because I think that we've all recognised that over time there probably should have been some considerations of having rounds or limitations potentially, so the funding could go further. But I guess where I'm coming from, look, when I immediately read this, I thought, you know, we've allocated a certain amount of funds, and that's what we should be sticking with. I know we've still got that there as an option. But then with I guess, the policy, that limitation or that wording in the policy is where, you know, that it can be contested if we've got the funding there to be able to fund these other applications. My other concern with pushing things out to the next financial year is the unknown. So we don't know what's in the budget for next year. We don't know whether we accept today that there will be a policy review around Stream 4 that that might mean that some of these applications, if they're pushed forward, may not even fit into the criteria. So there's those unknowns going forward, I think. But these applications were submitted under the current policy. As I say, I would have preferred to only be sticking to the amount of money that we allocated because we're creating a precedent. But if there is that wording in the policy, that means that we've got to act on that potentially, that we may need to consider fully funding as per the officer's recommendation. So they're my comments for the time being. Councillor Wilkins.
So further to sort of what you were saying, I just guess at what point is there going to be a limit? Like, you know, if there were, say, 3 or 4 others who were asking, you know, 70,000 plus, are we just going to get it out of some other space that hasn't used that funding? I don't think it's, at some point you've got to say, no, this is it, we can't just keep funding. We have stated the limit of 300,000 this year. I personally feel that because RDO were actually asked to wait till was it the end of the application time? Was that what they were asked?
They weren't, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, they weren't asked to wait. It was just an internal decision, put that application on hold. So it was all assessed when it came in April and May, ready to go. And then it was put on hold to be considered with the other 2 applications that came in just before the funding round closed.
But when was the decision made to put it on hold, though?
At the agenda review meeting in May. It's around the 19th of May.
All right, which was after the application deadline. So, I don't know, to me it was sort of unfortunate that 2 others came in at that time. And I just think, you know, we're not a bottomless pit. I don't think we can just, you know, if we had, as said, 3 or 4 others wanting 70,000 plus, you know, no one's going to benefit at all from it. And I feel that since RDO was kind of held off, they should get the remaining of the 300,000, the 96,000, and put the other 2 to next year.
And through you, Madam Chair, if I can touch on the first part of your comment there, Councillor Wilkins, the comment you made about putting applications off, that's part of the recommendation about that pause on the policy until we review the policy, and perhaps councillors might want to introduce tighter wording or capping or something like that that might be kind of strengthen the policy so that we don't go to your point of the bottomless pit and when do we stop when applications come through.
Well, you know, the comment here is that it is about available funds. So we do have the right to say, well, we don't have available funds, I would think.
In the bucket allocated.
Yeah.
And I think, sorry, just coming back to that too, I think, you know, potentially the RDO was potentially disadvantaged, I think, by that decision. And in that disadvantage, I think the other two organisations were disadvantaged. That's how I feel. But sorry, General Manager.
Can I just add to the comments being made to roll the other two into next year? If we, that budget will basically be expended almost immediately next year. So we will be in exactly the same position if we get an application.
Yeah, which means that going forward, by recommending that they're rolled forward, it's going to be into a policy position that we're unaware of the parameters of that. So I think that considering that these applications were brought through under this policy, there's wording in that policy that probably has open to interpretation. Yeah, and then those decisions of, you know, pushing back means that if it had come through straight up, those that allocation would have been used up, and then the other two organisations would have known that there was nothing left, and then there'll be a new policy going forward where they can reapply. So, but sorry.
No, there's others in front of you, sorry, Janice.
Sorry, Councillor Hindmarsh, sorry.
It is relevant to what you're saying. I just want to make comment back.
You go, Nick.
Everyone's going to tell them what you go. I'll come back.
I just, through the chair, if I may, and it's continuing on from the idea of rolling the other two applications through till next year, next financial year. That being the case, correct me if I'm wrong, that would allocate the 96,000 to RDO this year. The other two applications would come in. The possibility that those other two applications, that as the figures stand here, Queensland Property could come back in and they could get 119,000 for a much lesser cost of development. That may open us up for ridicule, which is something that's been in the back of my mind through all of this, is just it's a difficult decision that we have got in front of us.
Yeah.
And I think we've got, myself personally, I think we've got two ways that we can go about it. And that is, the three of them are assessed in this financial year, and we pay, and we make the decision that they get the full amount this financial year, or the $96,000 is extinguished with RDO, and the other two applications for this year, they've fallen into this financial year, and their applications go by the way, and they don't have the opportunity to reapply for next financial year. That being said, and I've been grappling with this for weeks, because there's a whole lot of other stuff that's been discussed in the last week, in the previous weeks, that can somewhat make me sound hypocritical by saying this, but I feel for the better of for the organisation and for the purpose of what this this policy is in place for, I feel that we probably need to bite the bullet and approve the three of them. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whiteman.
Through the chair. It's interesting, Councillor Highmarsh's comments. I've been on a roller coaster over the previous couple of weeks with this application, and I've felt vastly different at different times. However, it's interesting that in a region where growth is such an issue, we have a tiny taste of the issues associated with growth. And it's something that we're grappling with. In the entire history of this program, we've expended $700,000. We've got 75% of that right now. It nearly doubles the entire program that's ever been delivered. I think that at the end of the day, this is $500,000 worth of fees and charges that we're going to grant, an exemption for, as per or that's what the resolution is. I think that we're at a situation where we need to send a message on whether we're actually open for business or not. We've been asking for growth, we've been asking for development. We now have development that's turned up all at once, and it is a challenge for us. But I really do believe that we need to approve all three of them in this financial year to put a message out there that we are interested in growth in the region, that we want to see more of this, and we want to see the Central Highlands develop into the future. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteman. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. I think we have to come back to what's in the actual policy. We are not under any obligation to do this. So there's no comeback if we fund one and not the other. There is absolutely no comeback. There's no wording in there that says we have to fund all of them. Central Highlands Regional Council has been open for business all the time. We recently sat in budget workshops, and this policy and the amount it is being funded was raised in that workshop. And when the budget is passed or not passed, we'll see how much money was actually from this sitting council put in the budget for this policy. So I honestly believe that we either go for option 3, where we fund each of them a little bit, or we go for the option of funding the first application. Now, the question you need to ask yourselves is, would these businesses be expanding if they didn't get this funding? Of course they will be, because they were not guaranteed they were going to get this funding. They went ahead. RDO is well into the development stage. They came here, bought out an existing business and wanted to expand it. Fantastic. We need more of it. I sit on CHDC. I'm about economic growth for this region. But I'm also about protecting the money of ratepayers. This is where this sort of money comes from. There is a budget line for this policy. There is $96,000 left in that bucket. And I do not agree with taking from Paul to pay Peter. We're taking money from another project that could possibly go ahead in the next financial year. So I just think you need to understand the policy that exists at this point in time. Totally agree, it's not the greatest policy. It's open for interpretation. We need a new policy. We need a lot of capping put on it, all of that. But read the policy. Thank you.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair. Just with regards giving the first applicant the remaining amount, and then putting the other two in the next year where they could possibly be assessed and get full amount, and then the first applicant only gets what's remaining, I think that is entirely unfair, and I think that that is, like, put it this way, if I was the first applicant and that happened, I'd be knocking on the door first thing Monday morning. Essentially what has happened here is we have been found out in lacking in a policy that can hold up to the requirements of what we're after. If we're after economic development, and it says small scale businesses and larger big businesses and so forth, that is where we have to look back to what is the intent of the policy and then work from there and mould it into something new. Having said that, and I'm, I'm aware of what Councillor Cypher is saying with regards the money and robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I guess if that money is coming from somewhere, we need to look at what is the economic benefit of where that money is tagged now versus having 3 businesses or extra economic growth in the region. So along with everybody, I think we're grappling with the decision, but I am probably erring on the side of the recommendation as it is, in that all 3 get what they have applied for, and then we develop a policy that stands up and is fair and equitable for the rest.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wilkins.
Okay, so listening to all the arguments, sorry? Oh, sorry, the debate. The robust discussion. I know, I think sort of whatever decision we make, there's going to be some, it's not going to satisfy anyone. What I was just thinking while everyone's talking, I think the majority feel potentially that everyone needs to get, what they're requesting. What I would suggest perhaps is, why don't we just say give RDO what they're requesting this financial year, and then the next financial year when we have potentially, I guess, more some more money coming into the bucket, so we're not taking too much out of the parks and gardens bucket for whatever project that we need for next financial year. So that way, at least there is some money budgeted next financial year too.
Through the chair, just to explain that a little bit further, the money that I was recommending on reallocating to this was not going to be spent this year. So to be very clear, what that line item was a line item that we put in the budget for the Sunwater area out at the dam there, and whether or not we're going to move forward with that. That was the money I was going to be allocating this year. If for instance, a decision's made where we fund all of RDO this year and then look to push the others into next year. The allocation they've put in the draft budget, which there'll be a decision made on that this afternoon, is $250,000 for next year. Not 300, 250,000.
Mm-hmm. Which, so there will still, okay, if you pay the 320 this year, and so 96 of that is from our bucket, and then so the other couple of hundred is from parks and gardens, is that correct?
That's correct.
To me, that's better than putting 400,000 or 400,000 plus from parks and gardens. So if it's just 200,000 plus a little bit, and then next financial year you've got that 200. So you've got the 120 plus the 71, which makes what 200,000 there. Mm. So you still got 50,000 left over.
Thank you. I think that just finally, I do think that these applications are being assessed under the current policy. The other thing is that currently we have, at the end of April, a $22.8 million surplus. Am I correct? So the extra, potentially that extra bit of, not bit, but that extra funding needed to basically follow the officer's recommendations is can be accounted for. I think that if anybody has anything further to say, I would like to present the recommendation. Councillor Cruz, sorry.
Through the chair, it's probably just worth mentioning that if the money is to come from another bucket, that there are others that if that area that it was allocated to doesn't go ahead or whatever, there are other reasons and considerations around having that bucket, and if money was to be taken from that, this isn't the reason that would not go ahead.
I can absolutely confirm that, 100%.
Yes.
That's not a relatable factor.
Yeah, because thank you.
Okay. Very good. If anybody else has anything else to add,
Sorry, just one
Councillor
more.
Wilkins.
Sorry, just one more question.
Yeah.
Just on page 107 of that, there's the little asterisk for the 96,000. It says does not include the cost of PDCO 26/2024. What does that mean? And where's the alternate budget?
Through you, Madam Chair. So that's the Planning and Development Certificate. So as part of a policy position that we did when we like to provide recommendations to council, we want to make sure that they're compliant with the full policy. So they've got no outstanding development approvals or issues with conditions of the approval. So that amount there, and I'm just bringing up the page in the report, for that certificate, that's not part of this incentive. That's an administrative cost that we're bearing within the strategic land use budget.
So what is PDC?
Planning and Development Certificate.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Sorry for that.
Okay. Okay, no further comments or questions? Councillor Hindmarsh.
Sorry, through the chair. Depending on what happens with the vote now, but if we, can I suggest that before any more applications are accepted or considered, that we have a policy review, and so as we don't see ourselves in this position again. And on that, I believe just another comment on the figure that is proposed in the upcoming possible budget, if approved. I think that allocation was made with the intent of having a review prior to any subsequent applications being reviewed. Anyhow, if I'm correct.
Through you, Mayor, I can confirm that we've got a workshop set aside on the 11th of July to review this policy, and that's part of the recommendation today, item 4, that until that policy is adopted, there is that pause on accepting stream 4 applications. We can still accept stream 1, 2, 3, because they're the beautification and facade type ones, which are pertinent to as they're going live.
Yeah. And thank you. And part of those, any decisions were also because we'd never expended the funding as well. So, Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just finally, so just to clarify, so with so we're going along with the officer recommendation. So the total amount is to be paid out, and they have to claim it by the end of this financial year.
2026.
Oh, 2026. Okay, cool. Sorry. But what was the end of this financial year? I thought you said there was 2 days or something. Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Councillor Whiteman.
Yeah, through the chair. That was the mistake that I made that then I passed to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There was no recommendations to change any of the wording, so I'll just put the recommendation to the council that Central Highlands Regional Council approves 3 economic stimulus policy Rise Up Central Highlands application for the following amounts. Central Highlands Healthcare, $71,147.61. RDO Equipment, $319,349.27. And Queensland Property Company, $119,099. Total is $509,595.88. 2, makes the appropriate budget adjustment for the available funds within the Communities Department Parks and Gardens team to increase the budget allocated to the Rise Up Central Highlands economic stimulus policy to facilitate the approvals. 3, requires that the applicants must claim the payment by the 30th of June 2026. And 4, undertakes a full review of the Rise Up Central Highlands economic stimulus policy, CHRC P0013, and does not accept any new Stream 4 applications from the 1st of July 2024 until the updated policy is adopted by Council. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Donaldson. Seconder, Councillor Burns. All in favour? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that against?
I'll add that I will never vote in breach of a policy.
Thank you, Councillor. A motion carried, 8-1, and would you like your name recorded? Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving now to commercial and corporate services. So moving to item 12.3.1, standing orders and meeting procedures policy. And I now hand over to General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. I think just good morning, yes. The report before councillors today seeks the adoption of the proposed revised standing orders and meeting procedures policy. This policy is established in accordance with Section 150G of the Local Government Act 2009 and provides written rules for the conduct of local government meetings. I now hand over to Manager Governance, Millicent Bradley-Woods, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager. And through the Chair, the proposed standing orders and model meeting procedures policy presented to Council today is consistent with the best practice standing orders and model meeting procedures developed by the Department, which were updated in March 2024 and January 2024 respectively. Councillors will note that those updates followed the passage of the Local Government Councillor Conduct and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. The report details the changes made to the best practice standing orders and model meeting procedures, which have been integrated into the proposed policy before councillors today. In addition to the documents issued by the Department, the proposed standing orders and meeting procedures include additions to better reflect the meeting practice of Central Highlands Regional Council. Of note, the order of business has been updated as set out in section 22, subsection 5 of the proposed policy to replace miscellaneous business with general business and to include community acknowledgement and deputations within ordinary meetings. In addition, a definition of deputation has been included in the section 2 definitions of the proposed policy, with relevant timeframes also included, in addition to an improved process for deputations included within section 34. A supporting deputation request form has also been developed to ensure that the process is accessible. In addition, the process in section 25, subsection 1 for moving motions has been made less administratively complex to allow genuine discussion by councillors before a motion is put. Furthermore, the points of order have been updated and section 30, subsection 8 of the proposed policy has been amended to implement a new practice with respect to the recording of councillors' names who have voted in the affirmative and negative in relation to motions moved at meetings. That concludes the presentation today, and the recommendation to adopt the proposed revised standing orders and meeting procedures policy is on screen.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from councillors? Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, just for clarity, so on page 8 of the standing orders, or 181, just the bottom, the apologies and granting of leave of absence. So page 8 for you guys. Yeah, just right at the bottom, apologies and granting of leave of absence. So just for clarity, so if you are just taking a week off here and there, does that have to come before each council meeting sort of thing, or what's the story?
Through the chair, that is notified in advance to the CEO and executive assistant to the mayor and councillors, and then that is noted then as an apology, and the leave of absence is granted under that provision.
I think just a point of clarification, I think that Councillor Wilkins was asking in between council meetings,
so it doesn't
not
include
council meetings.
Yeah, it doesn't include a council meeting, so other.
These are irrelevant to
Council meeting.
Right, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just another sort of clarification. So on page 12 of it, 29(6), it says each councillor must speak not more than once to the same motion or the same amendment except as a right of reply unless the chairperson in his or her discretion rules otherwise. So that's sort of, so like the discussion that we had just then, you know, where we've had multiple sort of chances to say something, is that what that means, referring to that? So we really only should have spoken once?
Through the chair, that's why section 25(1) of the policy has been included. That allows for that discussion before a motion is put. The section that you're referencing references the process once a motion is put.
Oh, okay.
And therefore it allows, I guess, councillors to speak only once, I guess, in relation to the motion once it's put, but that genuine discussion and debate can happen beforehand, which is, I guess, flagged within section 25, subsection 1 of the policy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkins, you...
Sorry.
Just checking, you might have had another question or comment. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Burns, thank you.
Sorry, Madam
You're welcome.
This is an updated one, isn't it? We reviewed. Just going forward, I like when we do the crossouts and you see where the changes were made and the wording. I think it shows everyone and whoever looks at the in the general community when they're reading the actual minutes and stuff, they can see where things were changed and what was done, and there's no secret knowledge or something they think they're missing out on. So I'd just like to ask for that in the future if we can.
Through the chair, certainly we can ensure that the tracked changes version is included in future agendas.
Yeah, every now and then it comes up, it's done that way, then it goes back to this way. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. I think I've just got one comment, really. I'm excited that as part of our new standing orders that our council requested to have the community acknowledgements listed in our agenda as a heading, and also that allocation for, I call it community deputations, but deputations from the community, which gives our community the opportunity now to be able to come and speak at council meetings while there's special, I guess, procedures around that. I'm very excited that we have that included. So I just wanted to flag that for the community. Okay, so if everyone's no more questions or comments, we'll move to putting the motion, which is that the Central Highlands Regional Council, 1, adopts the Standing Orders and Meeting Procedures Policy, CHRC P0055, as presented. 2, repeals the current Standing Orders and Meeting Procedures Policy, CHRCP 0055. Do I have a mover? Councillor Cruz, seconder. Councillor Hindmarsh, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.3.2, which is the unconfirmed record of proceedings, Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting, the 20th of May 2024. I hand over again to General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knutson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meets on a quarterly basis to discuss matters in relation to the Emerald Airport, as well as Council's aircraft landing areas in the region. The committee met on the 20th of May and the unconfirmed record of proceedings is tabled for Council consideration. I now hand over to the Manager of Airport, Brian Griggs, to speak to this report.
Through the Chair, so the quarterly committee meeting, we had quite a number of new people there, councillors and members of the public. So this actually presented an opportunity to also introduce the complexities of the airport to the new members. Excuse me. The financial records were presented in the committee meeting, and it showed a positive trend where we have more passengers and more aircraft than were budgeted, and also more than same time last year. So it's a very positive trend. But with the increase in passengers and aircraft, it also did bring up the expenses a little bit. But overall, it was been a very positive gain, and that trend appears to have been continuing for the last couple of years. Excuse me. The airport, we've had a few recent changes we've brought the communities department into utilising some of the area at the airport, the former airport residents, so better utilisation of the assets that we have at the airport that had been vacant for a little while. We had a small incident that was handled very well, a couple of incidents, including a terminal evacuation. And the big news item was the introduction of the E190 flights arriving in, and that was quite well publicised in the press as well. And those flights continue to increase in number, and more passengers are coming through the airport as we go. We had the emergency desktop exercise was just after the report was done, so we also invited councillors and members of the public to join in as observers to that. The 5-year master plan is continuing to be worked on in the background. It's just about ready to be submitted. The draft is about ready to be submitted through to the council before going out to the community. So from there, we spent quite a lot of time having a good walk around airside and showing off our excellent asset. Any comments from the...
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Manager Airport. Brian, thank you. So we have Councillor Donaldson as the Chair of the Advisory Committee.
I might be a bit biased, but I think the airport's a shining light of the Central Highlands Regional Council.
Love it. Yep.
And it's a facility that's probably one of the better of flowing, not really regional, but I think for a regional airport, it's one of the better in Australia. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for all those positive comments. Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, it was, well, firstly, I've probably got to say that as Councillor Donaldson is also the chair of the Sale Yards Committee, he may have the pigeon pair of shining lights with the upcoming meeting minutes to be tabled soon. Just a little bit of housekeeping, just in members' apologies. I'm an apology there, but also an invited apology, so probably just have to cross one of them out. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. Thank you. Councillor Whiteman, sorry.
Through the chair, I'm also a member of the Airport Committee, the Advisory Committee. I very much enjoyed our airside walk around. It was really good that we had that opportunity. Apart from anything else, the amount of information that councillors gained from that airside walk around was great. The lack of understanding I certainly had before that tour, it really helped me to understand the process at the airport. And yeah, I just wanted to say that it was a great tour, and I really appreciated it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I guess I just had a couple. Just glad to see that Councillor Donaldson and CHRC, Peter Dowling, are continuing to advocate for cheaper flights or support those travelling when they need medical services. Again, for councillors who were here last term, you'd be disappointed if I didn't say it, but have to say it. With the on page 224, just they're progressing with the 5-year airport master plan, and there's covers on some of the walkways. I just wanted to say, look, how exciting it was to be having the bigger aircraft coming in, the E190s, thank you very much, aircraft that are another plug, have got business class seats and in-flight entertainment. So very happy about that. And I wanted to also say congratulations again on handling of the incident that happened at the airport as recorded in the minutes. So all in all, I do agree with Councillor Donaldson that the airport is one of our shining lights, was it, Councillor Donaldson? For Central Highlands Regional Council. So thank you all very much. So I'd like to put the motion that Central Highlands Regional Council receives the unconfirmed record of proceedings of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting held on the 20th of May 2024 and endorses the actions contained within the record. Can I have a mover? Councillor Donaldson, seconder. Councillor Hindmarsh, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 12.2.2, unconfirmed record of proceedings, Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Meeting, 20th 7th of May 2024. Again, I noticed I was supposed to hand over to Acting CEO, but I handed over to you, to our Acting General Manager, our General Manager, Commercial and Corporate Services, Carolyn Knudsen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, as the Mayor has indicated, the Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Committee met on the 27th of May. Following the meeting, the committee took the opportunity to tour the Sale Yards facility, observing firsthand the completed capital works projects. I now hand over to Manager Sale Yards Tim Maguire to speak to this report, acknowledging that this is Tim's last presentation to Council in his capacity as Manager of the Emerald Sale Yards.
Through the Chair, good afternoon. The report is as reported. It's read. Predominantly the business and the content there is business as usual for our previous advisory committee. Obviously, we had our financial reports there, and then we went into a series of other business. But I guess the major item there that we conducted in general business at the end was the issue raised there, the matter discussed, was that the committee and the stakeholders in the coordination committee are desirous of the council continuing strong advocacy towards the upgrade of the Emerald Downs to Emerald Sale Yards Type 2 road train link. We certainly believe that the additional extra business opportunity, revenue opportunity for the Emerald Sale Yards is significantly important, and certainly will add to future growth of the facility and its business in coming years. And at the end of our coordination committee meeting, we also conducted a tour of the sale yards, and our new councillors had the opportunity to view the facility and get an update on our capital works projects and where we were there. So, that's our report as read. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Donaldson?
Being the chairman of the sale yards, I have to say the same thing. I can't be biased, can I, Tim? A few comments I have to make on the sale yards. I agree with the Type 2 road train link. I think that is going to be very important to the sale yards going into the future. I see it will. There's a safety aspect there also, but I think if we can get that link, it will make a huge difference to our sale yards. From a safety aspect with the truck drivers, and I think we'll get a lot more business, to be truthful. We had the tour of the sale yards. I do use the sale yards, but I've never taken much notice how much and the facility there is, as far as I can see, it's as good as it gets, really. So, and I'd like to thank Tim for his work over the years. He's probably looking forward to retirement, and I don't know whether, can I have to ask her. And our new manager is Roman Roberts, and no doubt we'll meet Roman in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz?
Through the chair, I was just going to add that in that general business, there was that good conversation with and clarification with regards to the contract management pre-qualification process. So that was good to have those conversations and dispel any myths that may have been around, and obviously relay the need for that process with regards safeguarding council and the sale yards against any risk. So just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you. Councillor Burns?
Thank you. Sorry. As a former chair of the sale yards, just like say thank you to Tim as well, and good luck on the semi-retirement, I suppose. Yeah. And if it has been made public with Bronwyn, that's good. I think she's still in America at the moment or somewhere. So, So congratulations to Bronwyn as well. I'm sure we'll all meet her soon.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. I do have a question about safety, actually. So all staff at the sale yards are inducted. So anyone who is moving cattle from yard to yard is inducted on safety. So in the incidents where a truck driver needs to go down and move cattle up to the yards to put them on a truck, what is their induction?
Through the chair, we have a number of major transport operators that their principals and their individual drivers are inducted on the facility and are allowed to make that movement. A lot of the minor transport operators are not. Therefore, the contractor, either it depends on the transaction that's happening there at the facility. If it's a stock movement that we, CHRC, are involved in, either dipping in early in the week or whatever, it'll be our staff that'll do the movement. If it is livestock relevant to a sale, then it's the ELSA's contractors that do the movement.
Well, could I suggest that you reinstate that with the agents? Because I know someone a truck driver who refuses to do that, yet has been asked to do that. So can you reinstate with your agents that truck drivers who are not inducted are not to be asked to move stock from one yard up to the trucks?
So through the chair, given that would be a breach of our safety regulations, we'd be interested in having a conversation with you after this meeting to understand the name and the particulars, so that we can follow up directly with those associated with that breach. Thank you.
Councillor Newman.
I'd just like to note that I was an invitee present at that meeting. Also, I'd like to thank Tim for his foresight and vision for that facility and the great grounding he's put forward for Bronwyn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry.
Through the chair, look, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank council. It's been a pleasure the last 7 years giving service to the industry. I guess for me personally, it's always been a passion, the Emerald Sale Yards. I've been part of that industry for 47 years. But I sincerely congratulate council for the improvements that have happened there in the last 7 years. The money that's been allocated through budgets and I do believe that is a very, very sound facility. It is as strong a facility and as well presented facility that you'd see around the eastern seaboard of Australia, and council and the community in general should be proud of it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Tim, and just concur with everybody and about our thanks for your dedication and hard work and commitment to the facility and taking it forward. Also, as we have previously said, our former Mayor Kerry Hayes and our former councils have been, over the last, as you say, 7 years and before that, have definitely been great advocates for the sale yards and supporting improvements there. So on behalf of all of us and our previous councils, we thank you very much, Tim, for your hard work, dedication and coming on board to work with council and setting up our sale yards to be such a high standard. So thank you very much, Tim. And also congratulations to Bronwyn Roberts, who will be taking over from yourself, and I'm sure with the handover, we'll be in capable hands going forward again. So, but thank you very much, Tim. And no more comments and questions. Just would like to put the recommendation that. Sorry?
We've just added a bit to the resolution to take on board the change to the resolution that Councillor Newman was. The record need to be changed, which we did for the last one.
Yep.
So it's just got a little sentence on the back of it there.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I did pick up that you weren't listed there too, councillor, so I'll just read the resolution as it's above, which is that Central Highlands Regional Council receives the unconfirmed record of proceedings of the Emerald Sale Yards Advisory Committee meeting held on the 27th of May 2024 and endorses the actions contained within the report subject to a minor amendment to the record of proceedings, noting that Councillor Newman was an invitee to the meeting and attended. Can someone move, Councillor Wilkins, and seconder, Councillor Donaldson, all in favour? Carried, thank you. Moving to 12.4, infrastructure and utilities. So the agenda item is 12.4.1, project nominations for the 2024 to 27 Works for Queensland program. I'll hand over now to General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason Houlihan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I present to you today the project nominations for the 2024-2027 Works for Queensland program. The Works for Queensland program is an uncontested state government funded program for new infrastructure projects, planning projects and capability development projects. This round of the funding program totals $300 million and is allocated to 65 councils outside of the southeast corner. Allocations have been determined using a base allocation of $1.5 million plus an additional amount calculated based on weighted population and unemployment figures within each local government area. In this round, Central Highlands Regional Council has been allocated $3.99 million, up from a previous allocation of $2.5 million in the last round. Council officers have recommended a total of 18 operational and capital projects across the region to be considered eligible, which we consider eligible for the funding, and present these for you, for your approval prior to submitting the formal applications. I take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. So these proposed projects that you're presented here today, do they currently sit in the budget that we'll be endorsing or is up for endorsement this afternoon? Are they currently identified there in the next budget?
Through the chair, they have been included in the budget proposal for next year in the total allocation of projects within the capital and operational program. The funding criteria does require the projects to be nominated within council, on top of council's normal program, but we have allocated them and on the assumption that this money will be granted. So the allocation of $3.99 million is uncontested. So council will receive that revenue. Therefore, we have allocated projects against that revenue that we will receive. So they are included in the deliberations this afternoon.
So we've got this funding, so that's a saving on our bottom line that we were looking at the other day?
No, through the chair, so that's included in the budget papers.
Yes, it's already included.
These projects will be 100% funded by the state.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at, this isn't increasing our capital spend because we've already identified it.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Councillor Cypher. Councillor Donaldson.
Through the chair, I was just looking at the managed CCTV services of 280,000. What area are those cameras? Is it just Emerald or the other outlying areas?
So through the chair,
that's an ICT project and it's across the region. So ICT receive requests from all departments within council to assist them in better managing those facilities through CCTV infrastructure, and then those projects are assessed on merit, and that's the funding that will be used to install those CCTV cameras at various locations across the region on council assets.
Only on it's not the general public area, it's just the council assets?
So through the chair, that they might take in public areas, but the infrastructure is on council assets.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry, I'd like to know a little bit more detail. I suppose I need to go through the forms that you gave me, but are you able to just go through where they are really quickly, or is it the projects?
Through the chair, there's a number of projects, as I said, 18 different projects. A lot of them are regional projects. We might, I'll speak to the best of my knowledge of where they are, and happy for the other general managers who own some of the other projects to jump in as well. But for the water and wastewater mains cleaning, that's a general program across the region. The wastewater lagoon desludging and disposal is within Emerald and Blackwater. Lockleys access road is obviously our landfill just out of Emerald here. Community halls is across the region. Weir condition assessment, that's Emerald and Comet. Development of a network safety plan is across the region for our road network and active transport. CCTV across the region. The animal management facility is within Emerald. The airport apron concrete pad, that's here in Emerald. Lockleys again. Blackwater median strips. Obviously in Blackwater, the SCADA telemetry, the two projects there are across the region at various treatment plants, water and wastewater treatment plants. There's Japanese Gardens in Blackwater, All Abilities Park in Blackwater, regional door, auto door upgrades and replacements, that's across the regions in some of our facilities, regional town hall renewals and the Bluff Skate Park. So a lot of them are projects that are delivered across the region yeah, we've tried to include projects that have met that criteria.
So with the regional town hall renewals, so that's separate to the community halls, is it painting? Is that different?
So some are capital projects and some are operational projects.
Okay.
So that's why they've been split out into two different projects that will be nominated.
Okay. And can you sort of explain the management centre? Is that Emerald Animal Management Centre? What's sort of happening there?
Through the chair, so there's been planned upgrade. Oh, actually, I'll go back a little bit further. This entire project's been pushed off now for about 5 years. We were looking to combine that with a larger project in council, which council will need to consider at a point in time. But we have, in recent years, had some compliance issues raised with us through RSPCA and a few other. We've had some recent disease outbreaks there as well, which were well noted in our community. So we need to do some immediate rectification work. So it'll just buy a few years before we decide what we'll do with that centre in its entirety. It's not a long-term option, the Animal Management Centre, but we have to do some work there to get us through. At the moment, it's just not workable.
Cool, thank you. And just one more about the Blackwater median strip. So this is where parks and gardens or whatever doing different things in the median strips, different sort of displays kind of thing, so to speak?
Absolutely. So this is sort of in conjunction, I suppose, with infrastructure through the chair. This is following that public consultation work that was done, goodness me now, when was that? Last year, I think it was, Madam Mayor.
I'm pretty sure it was last year.
Yeah, late last year, thereabouts, I think September, October from memory. And this will be those, that stage process to doing that.
Councillor Donaldson.
Sorry. The development of the network safety plan, what did you say that was, the roads?
Yeah, through the chair. So a network safety plan is a plan that takes into consideration all safety components around the use of roads and active transport such as footpaths and pedestrians and cyclists. It is becoming a criteria for a lot of funding applications, that particularly with the federal government, that to be eligible for funding opportunities, that the applicant has a network safety plan in place as proof that the project meets the criteria. So it is getting ahead of the game in terms of making sure that when funding opportunities arise, we have the relevant documentation and evidence to position ourselves to be eligible for additional funding.
So that's what would an example be, like road signs or a badly designed road or something needs to be changed? Or what?
Through the chair, a number of different things. So traditional black spot funding, is a location where we have a number of accidents, to general speed impacts or people speeding in locations that doesn't have a lot of accidents, but it could cause other safety issues. A number of different components all rolled into one safety plan, and pulling a lot of information that we already have and have been using for funding applications into this one document for future funding applications.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Great questions about the projects. Thank you very much. And I think my only clarification was, to say thank you to the state government for increasing that allocation for us, and also that that the $187,500 is council's contribution, with the $3,990,000 to enable us to do all of the 16 projects.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And they're all happening for this next financial year?
Yes, through the chair. So the project eligibility criteria does enable us to deliver any time between 24-27 to between 2024 and 2027. We've made the decision to use the funds in year one of the program, and that will give us ability, if any of these projects are delayed slightly, we can continue them on into the next financial year. But our intention is to deliver them in 24-25.
Very good. Thank you. No more comments or questions? Okay, I'll put the motion that Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the following projects to be progressed to application for funding through the 2024 to 27 Works for Queensland program, as detailed in the table on pages 235 and 236. Furthermore, if the applications are successful, Central Highlands Council will commit to the inclusion of required funds in the financial years in which the project will be delivered, inclusive of any project costs deemed ineligible by the funding body. Mover? Councillor Newman, seconder. Councillor Burns, all in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Okay, we're now moving to the Chief Executive Officer section. So item 12.6.1, Special Holidays, Regional Show Holidays 2025. And I hand over to our Acting Chief Executive Officer, Ross Higgins.
Thank you, Mayor Moriarty. The purpose of this report is that on an annual basis we get a request from the Executive Director of the Office of the Industrial Relations, where Council can ask them to offer or to have public holidays gazetted across our region for show holidays for 2025. So they give us 12 months notice to be able to do that, and it goes, and the Minister then responsible for the Holidays Act is empowered to through the Government Gazette to approve those special holidays. We've done some, we've contacted the local show societies and come up with dates that they'd recommended for 2025, and those dates are listed in the report. I'll open it up for any questions that councillors may have.
Councillor Newman.
Just through the chair, just following on from that question, since the Comet show started, and it's actually the week before those, you've confirmed they're happy to stay with the Emerald Show holiday?
Do we do that? So they have their show on a weekend, but they have the public holiday with us.
Very good. Any other questions or dates that you think may clash or whatever it might be? Councillor Seifer?
So this has been in discussion with the show societies, I would assume.
Correct.
Yes, so if they're the ones running the show, that's literally. Didn't get that to start.
No, it's not another job for council, is it, council?
I'm more than happy with the.
For those councils that are interested, if you went into the Queensland Government and put up public holidays, so there'll be a list of public holidays for the whole of Queensland that are listed on the website. And that's where this comes from.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Put the motion. The Central Highlands Regional Council advises the Office of Industrial Relations that it requires the following dates to be gazetted in the respective areas as the show holidays for 2025. Capella Thierry, Friday the 23rd of May 2025. Springshaw Rollston Bohenia, Friday 30th of May 2025. Emerald Comet Gemfields, Wednesday the 4th of June 2025. And Blackwater Bluff Dingo Jeringa, Wednesday the 4th of June 2025. A mover? Sorry, the pencil went up there. Councillor Whiteman was... Sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Moved Councillor Whiteman and seconded Councillor Seifer. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. We thought that we might be able to get through the next couple of agenda items before we break for lunch, if everyone's happy to keep going through, finish this section.
2:30.
2:30, yeah.
May I suggest we have a short interlude just before we go into the other session?
Have a quick break now? Yep, certainly. Or we can... How long did you have scheduled for lunch, Marnie? Half an hour if you want. We can do half an hour for lunch now. I believe so. Just a closed session, yeah. We've got to keep going and have a break.
I just need a short rest break, that's all.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Because once we go into closed session, that's it.
Yeah, I see.
Are we going to adjourn or we keep going?
We're going to keep going, I think. No, we're going to have 5 minutes, a 5-minute break, if that's all right. For our viewers, For the next agenda item, we go into closed session. But before we go into closed session, I previously said that I had a prescribed conflict of interest for item 13.1. So I will be leaving the chambers and handing over to our Deputy Mayor to lead the next part of the council meeting. Thank you.
So I guess the first thing that we have to do is resolve to move into a closed session. Councillor Burns? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilkins? All in favour? Carried.
They're not putting our ship together. It's not the name's not
So we're back live streaming. Live streaming. No, we can't get Janice back. No, not yet. We've got to vote. Well, we're in open session. Oh. But she can't come back in our last session.
We are live streaming.
Yes. Yes, he's just taking the sign off.
So, welcome back to our live streamers after our closed session discussions with councillors. For those just joining us, I sit in this position as Mayor Moriarty informed us earlier in the meeting of a prescribed conflict of interest with regards to agenda item 13.1, and as such is unable to take part in deliberations. We have one recommendation to review stemming from those discussions, which is in relation to the non-for-profit rate concession application, and that recommendation is that Central Highlands Regional Council, in accordance with section 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and the Revenue Policy, number 2, approves a concession for assessment numbers 1354, 15653, 15655, 17379, 17397, 17399, 17401, 27664, 27665, 27668, 27669, 27670, 27671 for 50% of the general rates applicable effective from the half-yearly period from the 1st of January 2024. Do I have someone happy to move that? Councillor Hindmarsh, do I have a seconder?
Sorry, it just still says 100% on there.
No. Resolution envelope.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cypher. All in favour?
I'll go and get the mayor.
Carried.
Okay, thank you very much. We need a mover and a seconder to go back into closed session. Mover, Councillor Newman. Seconder, Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. So I'll read all of that and that.
We haven't actually
Okay.
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 Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay, we're back on. Thank you very much. So we've just come out of closed session. Thank you. And we have 2 resolutions to put forward. The first is for item 1.1, part 1, that the Central Highlands Regional Council, in accordance with section 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and the revenue policy, approves a concession for assessment number 26385 for 100% of the rates applicable, effective from the half-yearly period 1st of January 2024. And, mover, Councillor Newman, seconder, Councillor Burns, all in favour? Motion carried. And moving to item 1.2 of the closed session, the recommendation there is that Central Highlands Regional Council endorses the following 5 nominees as members of the Central Highlands Regional Council Community Grants Assessment Panel. 1, Ashley Van. 2, Catherine Gallia. 3, Christine Wilson. 4, Georgina Sutton. And 5, Lynn Brown. Sorry, Lynn. Can I have a mover, please? Move, Councillor Cypher, seconded, Councillor Donaldson. All in favour? Motion carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whiteman. I will record you as a negative. And would you like your name listed? Thank you very much. I apologise. So that's 8-1. Thank you. My apologies. Okay, so there are no further agenda items listed. So that brings us...
Late agenda. No, we don't have any late agenda business.
Okay. Does anybody have any general business to raise? We've covered everything. Very good. So moving on to closure of meeting. So I just wanted to mention that as General Manager Communities, John McDougall mentioned before, it's his last meeting with us, so we wish you all the best, John, for our last general meeting. Also, acting CEO Ross Higgins and General Manager Safety People Safety Legal, sorry, Daryl Hitzman. Thank you very much, and we wish everybody all the success going forward. I know you're going to be back for our budget meeting, but I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged, and thank you very, very much for all your contributions, hard work and dedication. I know that there's going to be a send-off for you tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure you're acknowledged today. So thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll close our meeting now at 2:08. Thank you very much.